Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Monica Woods coming to you live on ABC 10 Plus, joined by my colleague Brendan Minchef.
Yeah, we've been tracking a very strong earthquake just off the eastern coast of Russia. It happened about 3 hours ago now, but it has generated a Pacific-wide tsunami, and you're going to tell us more about that.
Right, so let's get ahead and go ahead and take a look at the location here. As Brendan steps off, he's going to continue to gather some information because it has been changing rather rapidly throughout the course of the afternoon and even into the early evening. What looked like it was an 8.0 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia, then went up to an 8.7. The latest that we have is 8.8. But again, we're continuing to monitor the strength of that earthquake. That's just a small part of the story, though, because what that generated was the caution for tsunamis. And so unfortunately, what we have here is tsunami risk across the West Coast. That severe thunderstorm warning is in place for parts of our region, but I did want to take that warning off because we're really just trying to focus here on the tsunami risk. So it's just going to take me a second here because we have multiple concerns here across the West as we've been tracking multiple parts of the weather elements and also that tsunami risk, more of a geological kind of concern. So tsunami advisory in place throughout much of the California coastline. As we come back to this graphic here, you can see it's hard to make out that color variation. So I'll zoom in just a little bit closer because this does include the Bay Area, where you can see it stretches all the way across the Bay Area through the Monterey Bay Peninsula. This is going to be a place through tonight with the potential of some of these waves not even reaching us until early tomorrow morning. As we zoom out across the Pacific, we also have that tsunami warning in place across the Hawaiian Islands. Lots of people evacuating. Brendan's going to be talking more about what the scene actually looks like there. It's a bit chaotic as people are trying to reach the higher ground. Tsunami warning also in effect throughout much of the Aleutian Islands associated with Alaska. Really a very close proximity to that earthquake just off the east coast of Russia. So unfortunately, a lot of concerns there. Let's take a look at tsunami hazard zones and what some of these watches and warnings mean. As you can see, when we have no threat, there's just an information statement. Then it goes to a watch. That means that the hazard not yet known, but be prepared. We're now into the advisory category across much of the West Coast, and that means strong currents and waves. Stay out of the water. Warning is for Hawaii and parts of Alaska, and that means dangerous coastal flooding and powerful currents. Move to higher ground. And that's kind of what's creating a bit of the chaos, if you will, and a mass movement to higher ground in Hawaii. If you take a look at this California inundation map, you can see that not only the Bay Area is included in that, but also parts of the Delta. That's because, unfortunately, that's where we have the lowest elevation. So when we have those higher tides or even some higher inundation, what's going to happen is it's going to move to some of the lower ground, and that includes the San Joaquin, Sacramento Delta. So we've covered this before, but that's one of the areas of concern there that we continue to monitor anytime that we have some of those tsunami warnings out there. Brendan Minchef's going to be joining me and also be talking about the differences in these earthquakes and how that generates the potential for a tsunami. So we'll go over to Brendan right now for more on that.
Yeah, and I think we may also have some video from Japan that may be incorrect. Rachel, I heard Japan in my ear. Live in Japan. Here's a live look in Japan right now after this earthquake. Again, this is now an 8.8 magnitude earthquake, and we are seeing some live video. I'm not sure exactly the specifics of where this is at. That does look like a tsunami shelter, though. This is in Hiro, Japan. Tsunami shelter buildings like this one, you can see they're lifted up off the ground. They're made of very strong building materials, reinforced concrete and the like, so that you're above the water and you're in a shelter that can withstand the power of those waves. So again, I mean, they're much closer, right, to the epicenter of that earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia, which was again 8.8. And so that's a live look at Japan. We've got some more video coming out though from Japan. Here's a live look, what I'm told are evacuations from Hokkaido along the Japanese coastline there. We definitely see some waves, but hard to tell exactly how high those waves would be. The general advice would be get away from the water, right? Whether that's in Japan, the Philippines, Hawaii, or here on the West Coast. Now, the waves are going to be higher along the Japanese coast than what we we are going to see here on the west coast, and then likely what's going to be seen in Hawaii as well. So it can't make a one-to-one comparison just based on what you're seeing from Japan at the moment. But again, evacuations ongoing along the Japanese coastline, as we see from these aerial videos here. I will also say that that 8.8 magnitude quake would be the strongest in a very long time, stronger, I believe, than the 2011 quake that generated the tsunami in Fukushima. Okay, so we are still, I'm assuming, yeah, looking at Japan here. I think this is atop that tsunami shelter that we saw a few minutes ago. Obviously, people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, evacuating, getting away from the water, getting to higher ground, getting into shelters like this one. This is something that we're going to be continuing to follow as we go through the evening. And remember that they're going to see waves before Hawaii is going to see waves and before we're going to see them here on the West Coast. So they're taking very immediate action. They were a lot closer to the epicenter. They were in significantly more danger than somewhere like Hawaii or here on the West Coast or in parts of Alaska, just because of the time it takes for the waves to spread out from where the earthquake occurred. All right, let's go ahead and come back. Unless we got more video here, Rachel? All right, still live here, so let's go ahead and come back to the map and talk a little bit about the type of earthquake that this was and why this one has generated a Pacific-wide tsunami. If you remember, I was with you back in early December. I want to say somewhere around December 5th. That may or may not be correct, when we had that magnitude 7 off the northwest coast here of California. And there was a tsunami warning that was put out for the Northern California coast. Didn't end up seeing tsunami waves. That's because, if we can take this graphic full, it might be easier to see. That's because the type of earthquake that we saw in December off the coast is different than the one that we've seen today. So if we're looking horizontally through the ocean, right, that's the ocean floor, plate 1, plate 2. The type of quake that we saw in December off of our coast was horizontal. Plate 1 and plate 2 just kind of slid by each other. Didn't really generate a tsunami because there was no real upward motion, which is what kicks up those waves. However, what we've seen today is where one plate overrides the other. That gives you that upward motion, and that's what generates the waves, because you're literally pushing the ocean floor up and generating a wave. So here's another way to look at this. A subduction zone earthquake and tsunami. You can see the subducting plate, that's the one that dives under the other one, the overriding plate, right? So the overriding plate climbs atop the subducting plate. The subducting plate goes under the overriding plate. Well, what happens is these can get stuck, and when they get stuck, it can generate an earthquake. And eventually, all that energy gets released and the plate kind of flicks upward like so. And that's what can generate that tsunami wave. And remember, tsunami waves are not one directional. It's a circle. It propagates out in every direction. And that's why we're seeing a Pacific-wide tsunami threat, not just for Japan, not just for Hawaii, not just for the U.S. West Coast, but all Pacific coastlines, especially across the northern hemisphere. So, taking it back to Northern California now, some tsunami arrival times. Fort Bragg at about 11:50 tonight. Crescent City at 11:55. Monterey just after midnight, about 12:15. We'll jump down to San Francisco here at about 12:40. And then the Southern California coastlines, also under that tsunami advisory, likely going to see some small waves. Santa Barbara about 12:50. Los Angeles just after 1 o'clock in the morning. Oceanside and La Jolla at about 1:15. How big are these waves going to be? Thankfully, not that big. Fort Bragg, about 1.5 feet maximum wave height. Crescent City, closer to 6 feet, though, 5.5 to maybe even 6 feet wave height. That's what we're looking at in the far northern part of the state. That, I mean, it's not necessarily concerning, but that is certainly a much bigger wave than you would generally want to see coming to Crescent City. So Monterey, less than a foot. San Francisco, less than a foot. And Southern California, less than a foot wave heights as well. But it's not just one wave that comes in and well, that's it, we're done. What happens is it's a series of waves, and these waves could last for parts of the coast from anywhere between 6 to 36 hours, especially up near Crescent City. We could see a long duration tsunami event. So again, up and down the U.S. West Coast, it is a tsunami advisory right now. And obviously, this includes both San Francisco Bay and Monterey Bay, as well as the Northern California coast. Now, different story out in Hawaii. It's a tsunami warning. There is the potential for some destructive waves. That's the difference between advisory and a warning. A tsunami advisory, there are tsunami waves expected, but not necessarily destructive. With tsunami warning, that means a destructive wave is expected. So we should have some traffic cameras from Hawaii that we can take a look at. We are on social. There's a lot of chatter about some mass evacuations, people leaving the coast. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Rachel, can we get these traffic cams up? I know you're managing a lot back there. Yes, we can. Thank you so much. This is on the island of, I believe this is Oahu. Yes, near Honolulu is what we're looking at. You can see these are still images, but you can see a lot of traffic out there right now. This should be somewhere along the southern coast of the island. People obviously trying to get away from the water. And, you know, it's still earlier in the day over there, so it's got plenty of sunshine as well. That's good news, not happening in the middle of the night. This is a live look as well. And again, the waves are not there yet. There's still time before they show up in Hawaii. Should be another, I believe, 2 to maybe 3 hours before we start seeing some of the tsunami waves pushing into the Hawaiian islands. So people leaving the coast exactly like they're supposed to do. I mean, this is what happens, right? When you get a tsunami warning, people are all going to leave at the same time. That's why it's important to leave early. It's just like when we see certain red flag situations, everybody leaving at the same time, or with hurricane watches, people all getting on the interstate trying to get away from the coastline and get to safer places. So that's what we're watching right now. Monica Woods, I think I'll go ahead and send it back over to you to go ahead and wrap us up here.
Yeah, so in 2004, of course, we had that Indian Ocean tsunami, so many people vacationing there. And it was really before a time where we had the kind of warning system that we have in place right now. That was kind of the motivation, the launch pad to get in place all of the considerations that we have now for tsunamis post-earthquake situation in the ocean waters. So again, the tsunami advisory in place across the west coast here, including much of the Bay Area and the Delta, where we could see a bit of that higher water flow as the water kind of presses its way into the lower elevations. Brendan also mentioned that we had that Cape Mendocino earthquake that prompted some tsunami concerns late last year. That was on December 5th. And so we were talking about that tsunami concern at that point. Also, he mentioned Crescent City, which has seen some devastating and very destructive tsunami situations. This was back in 2011 when we had some pretty devastating waters come in and unfortunately caused a lot of damage, as you can see here. This is some file video back from 2011. That was Crescent City. This just kind of puts some images into place of what we've been talking about. You know, we have seen the catastrophic ones in the early 2000s. Again, the launch pad for really putting into place so many of the warnings that we have now. But even some of the smaller tsunamis can cause that type of damage to boats, to marinas, where that water just gets backed up. There's no place for it to go. And it causes piers, boats, roadways to just completely wash out, be destroyed. And so folks that are in Hawaii and Japan and Guam, certainly seeking those higher places where they're likely being instructed to get to a higher elevation. But that was back in 2011. Just again, just trying to put a picture into place of what we have seen in the past. And that's why we're coming to you right now to make sure that you are aware that this does happen in California. Brendan.
I think it's important to say, though, what you're seeing right now is not what we are expecting at all along the coast. It's not expected to be that bad. Here's some live look images coming out of Japan right now. Do we know exactly where in Japan again? It definitely looks like Hokkaido. Definitely looks like we're seeing some stronger waves starting to move ashore. And again, this was expected. They're closer to the epicenter of the earthquake. So yeah, those are the tsunami waves that are starting to make it ashore. And you can see just how strong and powerful those waves are. Now, Japan, used to earthquakes. They're used to tsunamis, right? They've done a lot of infrastructure work to withstand events like this. You saw the seawall just right there as those waves started coming ashore. We saw a few minutes ago people taking shelter at one of the tsunami shelters, which is raised and reinforced to withstand the strength of these tsunami waves. So it's a little different than places maybe like California or certain places in Hawaii where they do have infrastructure to try to withstand some of these strong earthquake and tsunami events. But there you go. Those are tsunami waves coming in to the coast of Japan right now. And I will take this opportunity to reiterate that it is not one wave. I think a lot of times we think about a tsunami being one massive wave that just kind of comes ashore. That's not the case. It's a series of waves. And you're seeing that perfectly right right now with these pictures, live pictures from Japan, where it's a series of stronger waves making it ashore. So that's what we're going to, I mean, not this strong here in California, but we are going to see a series of smaller waves coming ashore as we get closer to midnight here in California, anywhere from less than a foot to maybe a foot and a half across much of the north coast, with the exception of Crescent City, which is going to be closer to 5 to 6 foot wave, max wave heights just after midnight tonight. But this is Japan, and they are one of the first places to see some of these stronger tsunami waves coming in. There you go. There's those series of waves that are making it ashore in Japan right now, where they are closer to the epicenter. They are a little more at risk from the bigger tsunami waves, but there is a tsunami warning in Hawaii because they're also going to see potentially destructive tsunami waves. We're going to go to Maui now with some traffic cameras. Again, people have been evacuating the coast. You can see just how busy things are. Look at all of the cars on the road there. That is not just a normal evening in Maui. That is a lot of people leaving the coast, leaving the resorts. There you go. I know these are kind of small. I apologize here. But I mean, yeah, just how busy. There you go. Thank you so much for blowing that up for us there. We can see a lot better just how serious people are taking this, Monica, and this is not an unfamiliar sight. We see these types of evacuations with other natural disasters, such as wildfires here in California or hurricanes down along the Gulf Coast. So this is what you got to do. In a tsunami, you got to get away from the water, especially when we're talking about larger waves like we could see in Hawaii. Here in California, as we come back to Max 2, please, and we can talk about the weather or the wave height arrival times for Northern California. There you go. So here in California, Fort Bragg about 11:50, Crescent City about 11:55, Monterey 12:15, Port San Luis, my apologies, 12:35, San Francisco 12:40 in the morning, Santa Barbara about 12:50, Los Angeles 1:05, Newport Beach 1:10 in the morning, and then 1:15 in the morning for Oceanside and La Jolla. That's the tsunami arrival times. How big are these waves going to be? Well, the National Tsunami Warning Center forecasting about 1.5 foot wave heights in Fort Bragg, between about 5 and 6 feet possible for Crescent City, less than a foot in Monterey, about 3 feet down at Port San Luis, San Francisco, less than a foot, and Southern California, less than a foot as well. Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Newport, Oceanside, and La Jolla, all less than a foot. But nonetheless, these can be stronger waves. We talk about rip currents sometimes. We can see strong currents going back and forth between these tsunami waves. So it's still important to be away from the coast, even though these aren't necessarily going to be destructive waves, not large waves. They are going to be long duration waves, and we're going to see a lot of them. And once again, they can be strong. They can pull you into the water as those waves come ashore. So it's just best to be away from the immediate coastline late tonight, early tomorrow morning as these waves come in. And for some places, especially along the north coast, such as Crescent City, we could see a long duration event here where we see some elevated wave heights for the next, I forget the number off the top of my head, I think up to 36 hours.
Up to 36 hours, yeah. And Brendan, we're actually hearing from Washington State seismologist Harold Tobin, and he said Crescent City, which has seen tsunami events from Fukushima in 2011. They're not really sure if that is going to be the case yet. They won't really know for the next couple of hours. So he said Hawaii would be the first to get hit, at least for U.S. interests. We're already seeing some of those waves move through Japan. Here's a look at that tsunami advisory that you see up and down the west coast of California. But in terms of tsunamis, everyone, he said, is different. They have different characteristics, and it's unpredictable. So they just have to continue to monitor the data. That's why we're coming to you right now on ABC 10 Plus, because of the data that has been changing throughout the course of the late afternoon and into the early evening. You see that tsunami advisory right there. And all of this was propagated by the 8.8 earthquake that happened just off the east coast of Russia. If we can take back to our big screen here so you can see the location of that and how far-reaching some of the tsunami impacts are being felt. Obviously, Russia's going to be the first, so you see the coastline right here, just downstream from where we had that earthquake, but also for the Aleutian Islands that are part of Alaska under that tsunami warning. But as we make our way through the Pacific, we also have multiple interests still coming in here with our tsunami advisory in place all up and down the west coast of California. Brendan hit on some of the arrival times. The biggest focus is going to be on the northwest coast, it seemed, in terms of the wave heights, including Crescent City, seeing some of the bigger wave heights and duration as well. So here's a look at that tsunami advisory. It just was reissued here for all of the Bay Area, and that's going to include the Delta just because of the low-lying elevation of the Delta, seeing some higher water come in. As far as Hawaii, you saw some of those live traffic cameras with folks just trying to seek higher ground. Thankfully, Hawaii does have higher ground, just being some mountains over there and a lot of high rises. So very likely some of the folks are going to be moving to some of the higher points in those buildings, as well as some of the evacuation routes that they'll be taking. But there's a lot of congestion right now on all of the roadways there. As we move our way northward, again, through the Aleutian Islands, we're still under that tsunami warning. That's going to continue deep through tonight. And we heard from the Washington State seismologist just saying it's going to take some time. We're going to have to continue to monitor the situation, and it will be evolving as the waves move their way through the Pacific Ocean, the largest body of water on Earth. So a look at our different hazards here. Information statement means no threat. Watch. We had those earlier today. Then it was upgraded to that advisory. That's where we sit right now across California's west coast with strong currents and waves. And just, again, stay out of the water. We're getting, let's see, a little closer to sunset. So a lot of folks are probably likely off the beaches, and lifeguards will likely have pulled everybody off. That extends all the way, by the way, through Oregon and Washington northward, through the state border there, all the way into Canada. And then we look at the warning, dangerous coastal flooding, powerful currents, move to higher ground. That's where we sit right now for much of the Hawaiian Islands as well as parts of Alaska. So those are kind of the different levels of warnings, and that's why we've continued to monitor this and just make sure that we're bringing you the latest information on where we stand right now. Again, California kind of sitting in that advisory mode right now, with the biggest warning right now out for the Hawaiian Islands in terms of our U.S. interests, also for parts of Alaska. But our tsunami advisory, there it is. You can see it extends pretty deeply in through the Bay Area. What I found interesting about this one, too, if we expand this, you can see we have that little curve right there where we see some of the tsunami advisory extending inland around Eureka, Crescent City. But then you can see just pockets of where we have just the geography that's going to enhance the potential for some of that water moving inland. And that includes parts of the Bay Area. So we're just kind of in that vulnerable spot right there. But it is an advisory. A lot of time to tell what kind of damage could be seen with waves moving in throughout tonight and early tomorrow morning. Brendan's been talking about the fact that really we're not going to see the impacts until after midnight here locally, or close to it along the northwest coast. So right now we're at about 7:30, and this isn't really going to unfold for us for about the next 5 hours or so.
But before we kind of wrap this one up, we will bring you updates through the evening. We won't stay on the whole time, but we will bring updates. But I have been told we have some good pictures coming out of Japan right now. We can go ahead and take those. In addition to Japan, we're also hearing that tsunami warning sirens are going off in Hawaii as people continue to evacuate. So there you go. There are those tsunami waves. You can tell these aren't just normal waves. There's a very quick series of these waves that come through, and these are strong waves as well. So Japan going to see different impacts than what Hawaii is going to see, and Hawaii is going to see different impacts than what we're going to have on the west coast. Nonetheless, this is a Pacific-wide tsunami threat. This is not meaning everyone's going to see 20-foot wave heights, but this does mean that everyone is going to see some impacts. So it's important to take the threat seriously. Even here in California, I know a lot of people like to go to the coast and kind of see what's going on, right? See it. I'll believe it when I see it. But this is not something that you can just wait and see for. These are going to be some stronger waves. For much of the Northern California coast, it's going to be maybe 1.5 foot wave heights or less. In San Francisco, probably less than a foot. In Monterey, very similar story, less than a foot. But nonetheless, these are going to be a series of waves. It's not just one, it's multiple waves. And even when they are small, they are still strong as well because they were generated by an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that was all the way on the other side of the Pacific. So by the time these waves get here closer to midnight, it's not going to look like what Japan looks like right now, but it is nonetheless something that we need to take seriously. And again, if we want to go to Hawaii real quick, if we want to look at a couple more traffic cameras here, we've heard that tsunami warning sirens have been going off in Hawaii. The emergency alert notifications on people's phones have also been going off. This would be on the Big Island here, Maui. People are leaving the coastline, trying to get away from the water. A lot of resorts, right, are going to be right along the coastline, so a lot of tourists are maybe having to find rides inland, trying to get away from the water because that is the most important thing to do. There's just, as we scroll through some images there you go, there's Interstate H1, and you can see one direction, there's a lot of people leaving, and the other one, there's not as many people. So it's just important. If you have any friends, any family in Hawaii, give them a text, give them a call. But I'm sure that they already know what is going on just because of how significant of an impact this could be for the Hawaiian Islands. Well, I think we're ready to about wrap it up now at this point.
Yeah, but that is frightening. You brought up a good point. There's a lot of people that are visiting Hawaii likely don't have access to transportation like they would if they were at home. So continuing to monitor that both in Hawaii, Alaska, Japan, Guam, coast side for
American
our
Samoa, Mexico, Central America, and of course the U.S. West Coast.
Yep. So we'll be tracking this through tonight. We appreciate you joining us right here on ABC 10 Plus, as well as our broadcast network, ABC 10 as well.
We'll have more updates for you through the evening. Hey everybody, ABC 10 meteorologist Brendan Minchef with another tsunami advisory update. There was an 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That has generated a Pacific-wide tsunami threat. So let's take you around the map right now in just a second, but we'll talk about why this earthquake generated this tsunami. I do want to go back to December 5th, when we think about that tsunami warning that we had off the north coast on December 5th of last year. And we were talking, I was on air on ABC 10 with Rob and Walt, and we were talking about the potential tsunami waves that were going to come into the north coast. It never quite materialized. It was a different type of earthquake that we later learned. It was one where the plates move side by side. There's no upward thrust to give the wave that initial push that it needs to generate. This earthquake, the one that just happened earlier today, the 8.8 off the coast of Russia, was different. It was a thrusting earthquake. It was a subduction zone quake. What that means is you have one plate overriding the other. This is the subducting plate. It's the one that goes underneath of the overriding plate. What can happen is these can start to get jammed up over time. And when that happens, that plate starts to bend a little bit and it builds up this tension, builds up this energy, and then it finally snaps loose. And that gives that upward thrust needed to generate the wave. So obviously this was an underwater earthquake. It was a deep earthquake. But when that plate kind of slipped, it had that upward motion, and that's what generates that tsunami wave. And it's also important to remember that tsunami waves are not one directional. They propagate out in a circle. So it's not just like the wave heads east or just heads west or north, south, whatever it may be. It heads in every direction away from the epicenter of the earthquake. That's why when we had the tsunami warning in December of last year, we talked about the potential for waves. Didn't happen. We didn't get a tsunami. And this time, there is a tsunami threat, and it is occurring right now. So we'll start with the U.S. West Coast because there's a tsunami advisory up and down the coast from the Pacific Northwest across northern California. You see Crescent City, Eureka there, Fort Bragg, Cape Mendocino, all the way down through the Bay Area, and even inland, right? Not necessarily inland areas, but on the other side of the Bay, East Bay, North Bay, South Bay, anywhere right along the immediate coastline are going to be under that tsunami advisory. This includes Monterey Bay as well, the Central Coast, and all the way down through Southern California from Santa Barbara all the way to the international border. We're going to be looking at that tsunami advisory. Different story out in Hawaii where there's a tsunami warning, and the difference between a tsunami advisory and a tsunami warning is that with a warning, it's expected that there will be some destructive waves making it ashore. More on Hawaii in just a second, but I do want to run through the estimated arrival times for tsunami waves here in California. Fort Bragg, likely one of the first places that'll see some increased wave heights. That'll be at about 11:50 tonight. Crescent City, 11:55. Monterey, 12:15 in the morning. Port San Luis at about 12:30 in the morning. San Francisco, 12:40. Santa Barbara, 12:50. Down in Southern California, we're going to get there just after 1 o'clock in the morning. Los Angeles, 1:05. Newport Beach at 1:10. Oceanside and La Jolla at 1:15. These are not expected to be necessarily large waves, but they are going to be in addition to the normal wave heights. So we're looking at an additional 1.4 foot wave in Fort Bragg. In Crescent City, 5.5 feet. Monterey, less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3 to 4 foot waves. San Francisco, less than a foot. Santa Barbara, this number's come up just a little bit from the previous tsunami advisory. It's now 1.3 feet in Santa Barbara. LA, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla, all less than a foot on the estimated max wave heights. But especially up near Crescent City on the northwest coast, that's going to be the area where we're likely to see the biggest waves this evening. And again, that is not going to happen until we get closer to midnight and then just after midnight. Before we talk more about the emergency alerts, we do have some live cameras to show you. So where are we going first, Rachel, in terms of live shots here? I know we've been looking at Japan, and that is where we are headed to now. Japan, a lot closer to the epicenter of the earthquake. They've been getting the waves a lot sooner, and the waves likely to be larger in Japan than what we're going to see in Hawaii, and likely, well, certainly larger than what we're going to see here on the west coast. So again, looking at Japan right now, you can see all the water that's coming in. And we've been watching this camera over the last hour plus now, and we've seen some pretty serious waves. Estimated wave heights here over 9 feet in some places, but that's a generalization because you have to look at your local terrain influences. Depends on how the bays and the marinas are. A lot of times it gets much shallower in these bays and in these inlets, and so what happens, you get these 9-foot waves, but then they start entering shallower water, and they can grow, and they can really get pushed up onto shore a lot further than you might expect a 9-foot wave to do. We're going to zoom in here from the aerial footage here. I mean, look at some of these waves. These are strong, powerful waves, and it's not just one tsunami wave. I think it's easy to think of a tsunami as it's just one wave, right? One really big wave, it happens, it's done. That's not the case. With a tsunami, it's a series of high waves, a series of strong and powerful waves. And so even when we're talking about 1-foot waves or maybe 3-foot waves, like we're going to see here in Northern California later on this evening, those can still be strong. Don't let the fact that they're relatively small fool you, because remember, these waves are generated by an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. So there's a lot of power behind them, and it's a series of waves that can last for many hours. For Northern California specifically, especially on the north coast, we could be looking at tsunami waves for anywhere between 9 and 36 hours from when they start later on tonight. So just imagine you have 1 to 2 foot waves battering the shore for 36 hours straight. That can definitely do some minor damage, could do some coastal erosion, right? So it's important to stay off the immediate coastline. And earlier, about an hour ago, as we were looking at this camera, we saw people in Japan leaving the immediate coast, and they were headed to tsunami shelters. They were headed in their cars away from the coast, and that's exactly what you need to do in situations like this. And the waves here in Japan have just been pretty mean, and that's what you would expect from a tsunami event like this. Japan does have infrastructure, though, to try to weather some of these events, from strong earthquakes to strong and powerful tsunamis as well. They have larger seawalls in a lot of places. They have specific tsunami shelters, which parts of the Pacific Northwest have for sure. I've seen a few. These tsunami shelters are reinforced elevated buildings. So they look a little strange because the bottom of these tsunami shelters are open air, but the tops are very strong. They're enclosed. They are made of basically solid reinforced concrete, because the idea is you need to get away from the water and you need to go up in elevation to be above the waves. So that's what these tsunami shelters do. Japan has a lot of them. They have some extra reinforced seawalls as well. So if we're zooming in here a little bit, that maybe, I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at there, but it looks like a port of some sort, and I don't see anybody out there on the port. I don't see anybody out there on the jetties, on the seawalls, and that's what you would hope, that you're not seeing people out there under these alerts. Now, we've had a heads up this is coming as well. Japan is known for 2 or 3 hours that these tsunami waves were coming. They've just started arriving over the last hour and will continue for the next few hours as well. Other places, do we want to go to Hawaii now? Do we have some Hawaii cameras we can take? Because Hawaii is also in the path of these tsunami waves, but of course it takes time for these waves to travel from the epicenter of the earthquake to their destination, right across the Pacific. We've seen some waves in Alaska. Here we go. Here's some cameras in Hawaii. This is Interstate H1, and you can see a lot of cars headed one direction, and that would be presumably away from the coast. and not as many cars headed the other direction. So there you go. There's that video traffic jam as folks are getting away from the water. And that's exactly what you got to do. Now, one of the things that's interesting about Hawaii, obviously, very touristy, right? And a lot of the resorts, a lot of the big hotels are right there on the water. And some folks may not have access to transportation, right? You likely flew in there. Maybe you Ubered. Maybe you took a hotel van or bus to and from the airport and resort. So this is something that, you know, if you can have transportation, get away from the coast. Call your friends, text your friends, let them know if they're in Hawaii that they need to be taking this seriously. Waves are incoming. Here's a name you may be familiar with. Madison Wade, the former ABC 10 anchor and reporter, is actually in Honolulu, and she sent us this video.
Hi everyone, I am in Waikiki right now, and what we're hearing is that there is a threat of tsunami coming into all parts of Hawaii right now. We're seeing the beaches clearing out. People are being told to seek higher ground. Our hotel here, the Marriott, is telling us to be above 3 floors, so I'm on floor 18, I believe, as of right now, but waiting to hear if we need to evacuate further inland. So this is what it looks like right now at the beach. We are seeing less and less people out there, seeing reports from local news sources here that they're evacuating some beaches and telling people to slowly come in and figure out where to go next. As of right now, we're just kind of waiting to hear what's going on from this tsunami threat. First it was a warning, then a threat, and now we're expecting those waves to come in around 7:10 p.m. here local Hawaii time. So that's in about less than 3 hours from now. But again, you know, I'm not very familiar with Hawaii. I've been here now twice, so it's hard for me to say exactly what these waves look like right now. It does seem really calm. I mean, there's even a rainbow off in the distance right now, as I'm seeing it here behind me. But yeah, definitely chaotic down below. A lot of tourists are wondering where to go and what to do. So once we learn anything new, we'll be sure to let you know.
All right, and we thank Madison for that report. Here's another look at H1, the interstate in Hawaii. And again, a lot of folks headed away from the water there, evacuating, getting away from the coast, likely to higher ground as well. Hawaii, kind of like California, has a lot of terrain elevation, a lot of terrain differences between coast and inland areas. That's helpful in situations like this, but there's also a lot of coastline in Hawaii that folks need to leave from. We'll come back to the maps now and kind of recap what we've got going on at the moment. Tsunami warning in effect for the Hawaiian Islands, and this is going to continue for the next several hours. We are still roughly 2 to 2.5 hours away from tsunami waves hitting Hawaii. That's how long it takes for these waves to travel. Remember, the earthquake happened somewhere around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and the waves aren't going to get to Hawaii until about 10 o'clock Pacific time. So it takes time for these waves to travel across the Pacific Basin. We'll bring it back to the contiguous U.S. now and Northern California, and there's a tsunami advisory, not a warning, an advisory. The difference is with a tsunami warning, destructive waves are expected. With an advisory, waves are expected. They could do some damage. They do increased soil or coastal erosion, beach erosion, things like that. But there is a difference in that it may seem subtle, but that's the difference. Warning is a lot higher threat as opposed to an advisory. Nonetheless, it's important to be away from the immediate coastline once these waves start showing up. And for us in Northern California, that's going to be around midnight. For folks in the Bay Area, that's maybe around 12:30. For Central Coast, we're talking about 12:45 or so. And then for Southern California, 1 o'clock this morning, we are going to be, or I guess tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking for those tsunami waves. Again, we're going to recap that here. Fort Bragg at about 11:50, Crescent City at 11:55, Monterey 12:15, Port San Luis about 12:35 in the morning, San Francisco 12:40, Santa Barbara 12:50, Los Angeles, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla all after 1 a.m. 1:05 in LA, 1:10 at Newport Beach, and 1:15 in the morning at Oceanside and La Jolla. These are not necessarily going to be very large waves, but remember, these were generated by an 8.8 magnitude earthquake, so these are going to have some power behind them. For Fort Bragg, wave heights at about 1.4 feet and about 1.5 feet. Crescent City, going to see likely the largest waves anywhere in California, closer to 5.5 feet. Monterey, less than a foot. Port St. Louis, looking about 3 to 4 feet. San Francisco, less than a foot. Santa Barbara, about 1 foot to 1.5 feet. Southern California, largely looking at 1 foot or less. Los Angeles, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla. So it's important to take this threat seriously. It's not necessarily going to do a lot of damage, but the other thing about this is not only are we going to see increased wave heights, not only are they going to come in later at night, so it's harder to see the immediate coastline, right? Obviously, it's dark, but they're going to last for a while. We're talking anywhere from about 6 to 9 for as much as maybe 36 hours across the north coast. Especially, we're going to see a long duration tsunami event. So again, we're talking about waves on the north coast of about maybe 1 to 5 feet and lasting for 9 to 36 hours. That's a lot of waves that are going to last for a while. So important to stay away from the coast for that time. Bring anything that you have near the immediate coastline in. Text family and friends along the coast and let them know that these waves are on the way for us starting in about 4 to 5 hours. In Southern California, a little bit later than that. One thing I do want to say, obviously this earthquake was near Russia. We didn't get a shake alert, but we do get earthquakes here in California, and some of these can generate tsunamis. So it's important to stay up to date, important to know what to do. Download the MyShake app, MyShake Alert app, and turn on emergency alerts on your phone. You'll get earthquake alerts. You'll get tsunami warning alerts if you're along the immediate coastline, tsunami advisory alerts potentially as well. It's in your settings tab under notifications. Make sure those emergency alerts are turned on. I know it can be annoying when they go off in the middle of the night, but it's better to be informed and prepared than unprepared, right? Better safe than sorry. Do we have any more cameras we want to take? All right, are we ready to take that now? All right, so we have a live press conference in Hawaii about the incoming tsunami waves. We'll go to that.
Watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground. Okay? So I'm going to bring up ocean safety right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Kewalo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in. And again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone, and so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody who takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m. we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes.
I think it's horrible out there. You know, is there any alternative that you see, or do you have anything one can do to kind of clear things up so people can get home?
You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible, and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handyman? Is there anything to try to evacuate get to high ground?
Yeah, Roger?
Yeah, we are stuck in 93% of our service right now is run late, and most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to, to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes. Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention and do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, that we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
All right, and you were just listening to an emergency managers and officials press conference in Hawaii about the incoming tsunami. Again, so we're going to recap it here. Tsunami warning in effect for all of the Hawaiian Islands, with waves expected around 7:15 Hawaiian time, which is going to be closer to 10:15 our time. Here in Northern California, we have a tsunami advisory, which remains in effect through the evening and overnight, as well as for Southern California. But for us up here on the North Coast, as soon as we start seeing waves, that could be about 11:50 in towards midnight. So Fort Bragg, probably one of the first places along the coast that's going to see some waves at 11:50. Then Crescent City, 11:55. Monterey, 12:15. Port San Luis, 12:30. San Francisco, about 12:40, and that is going to include some of the East Bay, South Bay, North Bay, as well. The whole Bay Area on the water is going to be looking at increased wave heights. Not large waves, but definitely increased wave heights. Santa Barbara, 12:50 in the morning. Then for Southern California, it's after 1 o'clock. Los Angeles, 105. Newport Beach, 110. Oceanside, 115. And La Jolla, 115. Again, waves not necessarily going to be that large, but it's not just one wave that comes in. It's a series of waves that can last for many hours after the initial wave moves in. So for Fort Bragg, additional wave heights of 1.5 feet possible. Crescent City, 5.5. Monterey, less than a foot likely. Port San Luis, closer to 3 to 4 feet. San Francisco and other Bay Area locations, likely less than a foot as well. Santa Barbara, over a foot. This number has been upped a little bit since the last advisory. Los Angeles, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla, all likely less than a foot. But it's going to vary based on what the terrain looks like, what inlets look like, what the topography of the area is like, because some of these narrow passages will funnel the water in higher and faster, and so you could see increases of 2 feet for places along the California coast, Southern California coast, maybe increases of 3 to 6 feet in other parts of Northern California. So that's something that we will continue to track. Again, we are several hours away from the first waves reaching us here in Northern California, but we will be back at about 9 o'clock with another update right here on ABC 10+. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, ABC 10 meteorologist Brendan Minchaff with another update at the top of the hour. New at 9, we now have a tsunami warning for the North Coast. So from the international border in Southern California all the way up to about Cape Mendocino, it's a tsunami advisory. But then we have a small stretch here that's actually a tsunami warning. Again, it's from Cape Mendocino up to about Crescent City on the Oregon state line. Zoom in a little bit more there. So the area is in red right along the immediate coast from the northern edge of Cape Mendocino up the 101 through Eureka into Crescent City and the Oregon state line. That's where we've got that tsunami warning. And I was communicating with the National Tsunami Warning Center on the Slack page that they share with the broadcast Mets and other weather partners. And I asked them why specifically the warning for this sliver of Northern California when the rest of the area is in an advisory. And they said it specifically has to do with Crescent City. They're a little bit concerned with the 2 to roughly 5 foot wave heights that we may see in Crescent City and the fact that it will last for up to about 30 hours, 30 hours in Crescent City. So that's why we now have a tsunami warning in effect again from the northern edge of Cape Mendocino up 101 through Eureka and all the way to the Oregon state line there through Crescent City because of the impacts expected for the far northeast part of the state. But like I said a minute ago, tsunami advisory, northwest part of the state, I should say, northwest plateau has seen some thunderstorms and whatnot today. That's why I'm getting that confused. Northwest coast, Northeast Plateau seen thunderstorms. All right, back to tsunami advisory. In the San Francisco Bay Area, that continues through the overnight and through Monterey Bay as well. We're going to continue that tsunami advisory along the Central Coast, tsunami advisory through the overnight. And like I said a minute ago, all the way down to the international border there. LA, San Diego, La Jolla, all these places, Oceanside, going to be looking at tsunami waves incoming. So we'll time this out a little bit, and that's going to be closer to midnight that we're going to start to see these waves coming through. But again, the difference between advisory and warning, because we have had that upgrade. The tsunami advisory happens when largely non-destructive but still hazardous tsunami waves are inbound. That's what most of California is going to see. That's what most of Northern California is going to see. That's what the Bay Area is going to see. Some waves that are beyond what we normally see and that will last for several hours but are largely non-destructive outside of maybe some coastal erosion. However, a tsunami warning, that's issued when we are expecting some destructive tsunami waves. An immediate life-saving action is needed, and that means basically get off the coastline, back up, find higher ground, get away from the water. We're not talking 20-foot waves in Crescent City. We're not talking 20-foot waves in Eureka or the North Coast. What we are talking about is a day plus of 3 to 5 foot waves in places like Eureka, but mainly up in Crescent City. That's why there's now that tsunami warning across the northern part of the state. So again, here are our arrival times. Fort Bragg at about 11:50. Crescent City now in that warning, still close to midnight, 11:55. Still about 3 hours before the waves come in. Monterey, 12:15. Port San Luis, 12:35. San Francisco and the rest of the Bay Area at about 12:40. Santa Barbara, 12:50. Los Angeles and the rest of Southern California is going to be after 1 o'clock in the morning. LA, 1:05. Newport Beach, 1:10. Oceanside and La Jolla at 1:15 in the morning. Some updated forecast wave heights here. Fort Bragg continues to trend down by just a little bit, now 1.3 feet. Crescent City's also trended down. It was closer to 6 feet. That was the initial tsunami wave forecast for Crescent City. That's come down, but we're still talking about 5-foot wave heights lasting for 30 hours. That's why we've got that warning up there now. Monterey, less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3.5 feet there. That stayed about the same. San Francisco, less than a foot. Santa Barbara's come back down by a few inches, now less than a foot. Los Angeles, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla, all less than a foot as well in terms of tsunami waves. But we also have a tsunami warning out in Hawaii, so we're focusing on what's happening here at home, but also over in Hawaii, because they're going to get the waves before us, and their waves are going to be larger as well. Former ABC 10 anchor and reporter Madison Wade is actually out there in Hawaii. She gave us this video.
Hi everyone, I am in Waikiki right now, and what we're hearing is that there is a threat of tsunami coming into all parts of Hawaii right now. We're seeing the beaches clearing out. People are being told to seek higher ground. Our hotel here, the Marriott, is telling us to be above 3 floors. So I'm on floor 18, I believe, as of right now, but waiting to hear if we need to evacuate further inland. So this is what it looks like right now at the beach. We are seeing less and less people out there, seeing reports from local news sources here that they're evacuating some beaches and telling people to slowly come in and figure out where to go next. As of right now, we're just kind of waiting to hear what's going on from this tsunami threat. First, it was a warning, then a threat, and now we're expecting those waves to come in around 7:10 p.m. here, local Hawaii time. So that's in about less than 3 hours from now. But again, you know, I'm not very familiar with Hawaii. I've been here now twice. So it's hard for me to say exactly what these waves look like right now. It does seem really calm. I mean, there's even a rainbow off in the distance right now as I'm seeing it here behind me. But yeah, definitely chaotic down below. A lot of tourists are wondering where to go and what to do. So once we learn anything new, we'll be sure to let you know.
All right, now we're going to take a look at some traffic cams in Hawaii as well. And with tsunamis, what you got to do is you got to get away from the water and find some higher ground. And that's exactly what we see going on here on these cameras. A lot of people headed one direction and not many people headed the other direction. And this is, you know, we've seen this before, right? We see it with wildfires from time to time here in California. We see it quite often when it comes to hurricane evacuations on the Gulf Coast, in places like Florida and Texas. You know, you always kind of see interstates packed one direction and not the other, and that's what we've got going on here. Here's actually a video of the tsunami warning sirens going off in Hawaii. We'll listen to that. Obviously not something you want to hear, and something pretty jarring as well, and that is the point, that if you hear these sirens going off, you got to get away from the water. And that's what is going on in Hawaii at the moment. It's not live, but that is a video from Hawaii. Sirens going off, people evacuating, because there is that tsunami warning. Now, we are expecting the first waves to hit Hawaii as we get closer to about 10:15-ish our time. That's going to be 7:15 Hawaii time. And here's another look at some traffic cameras on H1 in Hawaii. Again, tells a very similar story. A lot of folks heeding the warning and getting away from the coast. I do want to draw a distinction. We were kind of talking about this off camera in the newsroom. A lot of folks may be thinking about the Lahaina fire that we had in Hawaii, where it kind of jammed up escape routes, and there weren't a lot of ways to get away from Lahaina, not a lot of ways to get away from the fire as it was racing to the coast. This is not the same situation. It's not apples to apples here. Yes, there is a threat to life, so you need to leave the coast if you're in Hawaii. If you have family, friends vacationing in Hawaii, give them a call, give them a text to let them know that they need to get away from the water, or at the very least, make sure they're listening to their resort staff or officials telling them maybe stay where they are, shelter in place, or to leave. But it's not exactly equivalent where fire is blocking certain exit paths, right? There's time to leave. We still have about an hour, maybe a little more than that, before the first waves start rolling into Hawaii. But it is something where people still need to get up and go. So again, tsunami warning continues for the islands of Hawaii, but we're already seeing tsunami impacts on the other side of the Pacific over in Japan. Here's a look, live look over in Japan. This is Hokkaido. And you can see a lot of waves making it to shore. And we've been talking about this through the evening. If you've been watching the updates, we've been doing at the top of the hours, that tsunamis are not one wave. It's a series of waves, and some waves can be a little smaller than others, some can be a little larger, but these waves continue for hours after the initial one shows up, and each wave can be pretty strong. So even, you know, when we're talking about what we're going to see here in California in about 3 hours' time in terms of wave heights of 1 to 3 feet for most of the coast, it may not sound like that much, right? Obviously, we get 3-foot waves all the time, you know, off the coast of maybe like Monterey or Half Moon Bay, Cape Mendocino, certainly. But the point is that these waves in particular are very strong, and they're a series of waves that happen relatively quickly back to back. So you can get pulled into these waves and get stuck in these tsunami waves. That's why it's important to get away from the coast. And also, especially in the case of the North Coast, the far North Coast, talking about Crescent City, when you get 5-foot waves for 30 hours, you know, you're just constantly battering sand walls, sea walls, boats, docks, whatever, maybe in the water right along the coastline. You're just keep hitting it with those 5-foot waves for a day plus. That can do some damage, and coastal erosion as well. So this is why we've got tsunami advisories across the entire west coast, from the U.S.-Mexico border all the way up through British Columbia to Alaska, and tsunami warnings in parts of Alaska as well. And then, of course, the tsunami warning in Northern California. Speaking of Alaska, we've heard that sirens have been going off in the Anchorage area, and that waves over the last 30 to 45 minutes have finally started making their way into the Gulf of Alaska. So this is a Pacific-wide tsunami threat. This is different than the earthquake that we had on December 5th, 2024. We had that right around 11 o'clock or so in the morning. I was here with Walt and Rob, and Jordan Tolbert was here, and we were all at the desk, and we were talking about this earthquake that had happened off the coast of Cape Mendocino. And there was that tsunami warning for the north coast down through Monterey Bay, and we were talking about how there may be some waves. They won't be big waves, but there may be some waves. It never quite happened. The earthquake in December is different than the earthquake that we had today. The December earthquake was weaker, it was shallower, and it was also some side-to-side motions going on. The one we had today had a very distinct upward motion to the earthquake. That's what's created the tsunami wave. And that's why we've got this Pacific-wide tsunami threat, because we've got tsunami warnings in Japan, in Russia, in Alaska, of course, Northern California. We also have tsunami warnings in places like China and Taiwan, down through American Samoa. We've had tsunami advisories in places like Guam. So this is not just for the United States, or not just for Canada, or even for the Northern Hemisphere, but again, Pacific-wide. Doesn't mean everyone's going to see 20-foot waves. Some waves will be, maybe a foot, maybe 3 feet, less than a meter, right? But some waves could be destructive, and that's what we are seeing here right now in Japan, where they have been looking at about 10-foot waves in parts of Japan. And obviously, 10-foot waves over the course of many hours can do some damage. Now, Japan does have some infrastructure to try and help mitigate problems from earthquakes and tsunamis, but it's nonetheless something that folks needed to take seriously in Japan, have certainly taken seriously, and it's something that folks in Hawaii need to take seriously, and us here in Northern California as well. Again, it may not sound like much when we're talking about just a few foot waves, but when you constantly have those waves for 9 to 30 hours, like is forecast here for the North Coast, it's something that we absolutely need to take seriously. So let's go ahead and go back to the map, and we'll run through the situation that we've got. We've talked about Hawaii. Tsunami warning for Hawaii. Waves are inbound, should be there in about an hour, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, but roughly an hour until we'll start seeing waves in Hawaii. And again, it's from this earthquake that happened all the way up here off the eastern coast of Russia. But it was such a strong earthquake, 8.8 magnitude earthquake, tied for 6th strongest on record globally. And that's created this Pacific-wide tsunami threat. We were just seeing Japan, we were seeing Hawaii. And the reason for this is, I mentioned it a minute ago, upward motion in the plate. So this overriding plate climbing over the subducting plate, right? This one here. What happens is it can kind of get stuck over thousands and hundreds of years and whatnot. And what happens is, one, it releases. When it finally becomes unstuck, it's got a distinct upward motion to it, and that pushes the ocean up, pushes the water up above it, and that's where we get the wave. We do have some video from Russia, actually, of the earthquake itself. Here you go. Again, magnitude 8.8, tied for 6th strongest on record. That's pretty significant. I mean, it may not look like it, but just imagine what these folks in eastern Russia were looking at. And the other thing was, this was a fair ways offshore of Russia as well. This was not a land earthquake. This was an offshore quake. So even folks in eastern Russia didn't experience the strongest part of the earthquake like they would have if the quake had been under the surface, right, under land. But pretty extensive damage there in Russia, pretty significant. Obviously, partial building collapse there. It's an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. And that looks like some of the water that maybe has rushed out to sea. Pre-tsunami, what happens is the water kind of gets pulled out into the ocean as the wave generates, and that may have been what we were looking at there. Just 8.8 magnitude earthquake is something quite extensive, and it's no wonder why we've got this Pacific-wide threat. We've talked about it. We'll run through it one more time, and we'll have another update coming up here at about 10 o'clock once we start, that's when we expect to start seeing the first waves coming into Hawaii. So tsunami warning for Hawaii, that continues through the overnight hours. But now, as we come back to the maps, we have a tsunami warning for the north coast as well. This is the northern half of Cape Mendocino all the way up to the Oregon state line. And the primary reason for this, I was communicating with the Tsunami Warning Center in Slack, the primary reason for this is the concern for the Crescent City area, because we're going to have about 30 hours of up to about 5-foot waves in the far northwestern part of the state. So that's why tsunami warning for the north coast, but tsunami advisory for the rest of the California coast, down through the San Francisco Bay Area, into East Bay, North Bay, South Bay, even into parts of the Delta. We've got that tsunami advisory there because it's all tidally driven, right? Whatever happens in the Bay does affect what happens in the Delta. This continues for Monterey Bay. This continues down the central coast into Southern California as well through the overnight hours. So the difference between a advisory and a warning is, it may seem subtle, but it's important. A watch is issued when the potential exists for tsunami waves. And we did have a watch for a little while across the West Coast, and then it was pretty quickly upgraded to tsunami advisory. This is an advisory for when largely non-destructive but still hazardous tsunami waves are inbound. You don't want to be in the water, you don't want to be near the water if a tsunami's coming in, even if the waves are on the smaller side. But with a tsunami warning, these are typically destructive waves that can happen when you have maybe 5-foot waves for 30 hours like we're expecting up near Crescent City, but it can also happen when you have larger waves like what Hawaii may see in terms of 9-foot plus waves. It happens like what Alaska sees with multiple large waves coming in. Japan, we've seen what's been going on in Japan. That's when you get those tsunami warnings, and that requires immediate action to protect life. Very quickly, tsunami arrival times tonight in California, about 11:50 in Fort Bragg, 11:55 Crescent City, where that warning is. Monterey, about 12:15. San Francisco, 12:40. Southern California, after 1 o'clock in the morning, between about 1:05 and 1:15. How big are the waves going to be? Not that big, likely. Fort Bragg, about 1.3 feet. Crescent City, close to 5 feet. Port San Luis, 3.7 feet. And the rest of California is looking at waves about a foot or less. But, like I'd been saying, these are multiple waves, a series of waves that last several hours, so it's important to go ahead and come away from the water. Now's the time. We still got 2 or 3 hours before waves start to show up, but now's the time to go ahead and start getting away from the water and planning to be away from the water for a while. We'll be back on ABC 10 Plus at 10 o'clock. Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in to ABC 10 Plus. I want to get you right out to Hawaii, where officials are giving an update on the incoming tsunami waves. Let's listen.
And we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks everybody. We'll bring it back down in the next update in a little bit.
All right, and that is, I suppose, the end of that press conference. But yeah, we'll look at Hawaii here for a second because their tsunami waves are expected to arrive within the next, it's about 10 o'clock here, so it's coming up on 7 o'clock in Hawaii. So within the next about 10 to 20 minutes, we will be looking for those waves moving into Hawaii. Let's take you back to California and see what's going on at home first. Across the state, we've got mainly a tsunami advisory. However, there is a small sliver of the North Coast that is looking at a tsunami warning. That's from the northern half of Cape Mendocino all the way up to Crescent City and the state line with Oregon. The biggest concern with the tsunami warning is really in Del Norte County, where we're going to be looking for up to 5-foot waves lasting up to 30 hours from when the first waves arrive. Around midnight tonight for the next 30 hours could see 5-foot waves in and around Crescent City. But all the way down through Humboldt County as well, there is that tsunami warning. Waves not expected to be as high as what they're going to see in Crescent City and places like Eureka. However, could still see 1 to 2 foot waves roughly through Eureka. Further down, as we get towards the Bay Area, tsunami advisory is going to continue through the overnight hours as we're looking at waves moving into the San Francisco Bay Area between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. tonight, a little closer to 12:30. But tsunami advisory for the Central Coast and all the way down through Southern California as well. Waves through SoCal will start to show up by the time we get towards about 1 o'clock in the morning. So what is the difference between these tsunami alerts? Well, Tsunami Watch, that's issued when the potential exists for tsunami waves. We had a tsunami watch across the western U.S. For a little bit this evening, but it then very quickly got upgraded to a tsunami advisory, and that's what most of Northern California and the U.S. West Coast is still under. This is issued when largely non-destructive but still hazardous tsunami waves are inbound. We're not expecting very large waves across much of the California coastline. Some coastal erosion possible. We're talking about 1 to maybe 2 foot waves for most places. Again, not necessarily destructive waves, but still not something you want to be in the water for, because there's a lot of power behind these waves, and it's not just one wave, it's a series of waves. Think of it almost like a storm surge, right? You have all this water coming up in different waves, literally different waves, over the course of 9 to up to 30 hours across parts of the coast. Now, the one step further really would be a tsunami warning, and that's issued when there's destructive tsunami waves inbound. Immediate life-saving action is needed. That's what we have along the North Coast, where we're going to be looking at 30 hours of 5-foot waves. It's also what we've got out in Hawaii and parts of Alaska at this hour. So the updated tsunami arrival times, this has been tweaked slightly since we were on at 9 o'clock with our update. Fort Bragg at 11:50, Crescent City a little faster now at 11:50 instead of 11:55. Monterey at 12:15, Port San Luis at 12:35, San Francisco 12:40, Santa Barbara 12:45 o'clock in the morning. And then as we get into Southern California, we're talking about Los Angeles at 1 a.m., Newport Beach at 1:10, La Jolla at 1:10 as well, and Oceanside at 1:15. So things in some cities have sped up by maybe 5 minutes or so, but generally the timeline remains the same. North Coast, you need to be off the water. You need to be away from the water by the time we get towards about 11:30 this evening to give yourself plenty of time before the tsunami waves start pushing in. And remember, near Crescent City, we're talking about wave heights of 5 feet potentially over the next 30 hours. And here we go with those forecast tsunami wave heights. Fort Bragg, about 1.5 feet. Crescent City, almost 5 feet. That's where that warning is. Monterey, less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3.5 feet. San Francisco and the rest of the Bay Area looking at a foot or less. We're talking about inches here in terms of tsunami waves. Similar across Southern California from Santa Barbara, LA, Newport, Newport Beach, La Jolla, and Oceanside, all looking at wave heights of less than a foot. But nonetheless, I want to reiterate that it's not 1 foot or one wave. It's multiple waves in a series over the course of many hours, basically all night long. We're going to be looking at these tsunami waves coming in, and for places along the north coast for the next up to 30 hours, we're going to be tracking tsunami waves coming ashore. And you can imagine the constant beating of waves that are even just a foot to 2 feet over the course of 12 to 24 to 30 hours. That can definitely do some erosion. That can do some damage as well. So Crescent City, really the area that we are honing in on for the worst of the waves here in California. But certainly other places across the Pacific have had it worse than what California will have. We've been looking at images from Japan all night long. They've been seeing tsunami waves for much of the last roughly 3 hours or so now. And we do have video from Japan, so we'll go ahead and take a look at that. And there you go. There's some of those tsunami waves. Is this live still? This is earlier tonight from Japan. You can see just how strong those waves were. And we were talking about 9-foot waves or more making their way towards Japan's coastline. So it's definitely more significant than what we're seeing or we will be seeing here in California later tonight. In addition, we have seen waves working their way towards Hawaii. We have buoys out in the open water, and the buoy at Midway Island was reporting 7-foot wave heights just roughly maybe 30 minutes ago, and that is what's headed towards Hawaii. So Japan's been looking at roughly 9-foot waves. Hawaii could be looking at anywhere from about 5 to 10-foot waves as well. This is now video from Hawaii earlier tonight. You can see obviously police in the back telling people to get off the water because the tsunami waves are on the way, and that is the most important thing to do, is to get away from the water. You need to be away from the immediate coastline, off the beach, and towards higher ground. Especially that part is very important, higher ground, because again, it's like a storm surge where that water is just going to come rushing over the beach, and that, if you're not away from the water and at higher ground, can just continue to push inland. We also have some video of some Hawaii traffic this evening. I mean, look at all these people evacuating the coastline. It's always a little bit interesting to consider evacuations for tourist areas because, you know, like if I were to go to Hawaii, I would get on a plane and then I would probably take some sort of transportation like Uber or maybe a hotel van to and from the airport. So I wouldn't have my own car, wouldn't necessarily be renting my own car. So in some of these places, some of these resorts that are right on the water, you got to be off the water, you got to be off the beach, and then listen to what officials are saying, whether that's hotel officials or local officials. If they're telling you to leave, then you need to leave. If they're telling you just shelter in place, go back up to your hotel room, then that's what you got to do as well. Text family and friends, let them know waves will be reaching Hawaii within the next 15 minutes. Here's another way to know that waves are on the way. Normally we would think of that as maybe a tornado siren, but in Hawaii that is definitely a tsunami warning siren. Though this was from earlier tonight as well, but sirens have been going off through the evening, warning of the impending waves that are on the way. And again, waves could be anywhere between 5 and 10 feet, if not higher than that in some places. It really depends on exactly where. Because if you're in a cove, some are very shallow, those waves can really get higher just before they reach the coastline. If it's in a kind of deeper area, a little bit more open water, the waves may not be quite as high. But certainly this is something that we are watching very closely because, again, waves are not that far away. We're talking minutes away. Here's a live picture from Waikiki now of Hawaii. And like you would hope to see, I don't see that many people on the beach, maybe a few. Those could be officials, though, or maybe just empty umbrellas at this point. But yeah, waves. The National Tsunami Warning Center has been saying waves arriving in Hawaii at around 7:17 Hawaiian time. That's 10:17 our time. That would be just about 9 or 10 minutes from now. So, yeah, this is what we've been talking about for several hours. Waves are on the way. Time to get off the beaches. If you have family, friends there, again, let them know waves are just about to Hawaii. Here in California, like we had talked about, it is going to be a little bit longer until you're closer to home. Is this still in Hawaii? Do we know exactly where this is? Still in Waikiki in Hawaii. And again, I don't really see folks on the beach, maybe one or two. That's what you would want. To see happening is folks heeding the warning and getting off the coastline. Do we have the video from Madison as well? All right, we'll have an update from former ABC 10. Okay, we'll have an update coming from former ABC 10 anchored reporter Madison Wade. She is vacationing in Hawaii, in Honolulu, got stuck in traffic, ended up just staying at the hotel, elevated away from the water. We'll have that video in a few minutes here, but I mean, you can see this live picture, or perhaps is live, right, from Hawaii, right, Kiki? Yeah, this live picture, and you can see there are waves, but I mean, obviously, right? You'd expect to see that, but we're talking about 5 to 10 foot waves potentially for parts of the Hawaiian Islands, but all of the islands are under a tsunami warning at this hour. So again, I can't stress this enough. Family, friends, give them a text, give them a call, let them know this is on the way just within the next 10 to 15 minutes. We're expecting the first tsunami waves to reach Hawaii. Here's Madison's video.
Hi everyone, Madison Wade here in Waikiki, Hawaii. We're about 20 minutes away from the first waves that are expected to hit from this tsunami threat following that massive earthquake. And so right now we've been told in this hotel to evacuate to higher ground and to stay in the hotel rooms. The hotel actually came across on the intercom and told us that at one point I did try to leave because I have family friends who live not too far away from here. But the roads were so backed up that I couldn't even get out of the Waikiki area. So right now, the very latest, I'll just flip this camera around so you can see what it looks like here looking out towards the ocean. I'll just zoom in, but we're seeing, just normal waves coming in right now. Those first waves are expected around 7:10. That's according to the Office of Emergency Management here in Hawaii. So we've been getting alerts on our phones every 30 minutes or an hour or so. If anything changes, I'll be sure to let you all know.
All right, and we thank Madison for that video. I'm just checking to see if there's an update here from the Tsunami Warning Center. Not yet for Hawaii, but still we are expecting those first waves to be reaching the Hawaiian Islands in the next 10 to 15 minutes as tsunami warning. Through the overnight, we're back. I believe this is Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. And yeah, I mean, you see waves coming in, but again, I wouldn't say these are necessarily tsunami waves just yet. It's hard to tell. Definitely seeing more activity though. In terms of waves picking up. We also know that the port of Honolulu has been told to evacuate, so ships have been pushing away from port and staging a little bit offshore. They'll ride it out, I would imagine, just off the coast, but you don't want your ships docked in port because if you've got waves of 5 to 10 feet and they're anchored in port or they're roped to their docks, I mean, they're going to smash into the dock. It's just bad. So you'd rather have them ride it out in some open water. But again, I wouldn't necessarily say these are tsunami waves just yet. Hard to tell. Maybe I'm starting to see a few more white caps out there. But yeah, I mean, any time now, essentially, the Tsunami Warning Center is saying that we will be seeing these waves reaching the Hawaiian Islands. This is not just Honolulu, it's not just Maui, it's every island. All shores in Hawaii are at risk of seeing increased wave heights from an earlier earthquake, 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia. That was between about 4 and 4:30 Pacific time this afternoon that earthquake occurred, and we are just now starting to see tsunami waves push into Hawaii. That's what, 4 or 5 hours later at this point. So it definitely takes time for these waves to propagate across the Pacific. And a reminder that it's not just one wave. I think a lot of times we imagine tsunamis being one big wave that comes in and just kind of floods an area, maybe a 20, 30-foot wave. That's not necessarily the case. Certainly you can get waves that big, but really it's more of a storm surge where you get multiple waves of an abnormal height. In Hawaii's case, likely 5 to 10 feet. We saw a wave recorded by a buoy off of Midway Island that was about 7 feet. So that's theoretically what we're going to be looking at in Hawaii over the next several hours. 5 to 10 foot waves. But these waves are inundating. They will wash over beaches. They will wash well inland. That's why it's important to not just be away from the water and off the water, but also to higher ground because you don't want that water coming up to you, even if you are away from shore. So that's why so many people, we were looking at traffic cams earlier, that's why so many people were literally driving away from the coastline or getting away from the resort or homes or whatever their situation may be. But again, tsunami warning in effect for the next several hours in Hawaii as tsunami waves will be reaching the Hawaiian Islands anytime now. 7:17 Hawaiian time was the forecast from the Tsunami Warning Center. We are essentially there, just a few minutes away. So these waves, I'll be honest with you, actually, I'm thinking maybe these waves are the first round of tsunami waves. They're moving pretty well up the beach there. I don't know, Rachel, my producer in the back, maybe you might agree with this, but certainly the waves do look to be picking up, yeah, and starting to wash over the beach there. So it's there. Text your family, text your friends if they're in Hawaii that they need to be off the beaches, away from the water, sheltering in place somewhere safe, or continuing to move further inland. Let's take a look at the maps and kind of give you a run through because I do want to talk about Northern California as well. Tsunami warnings across the Hawaiian Islands, and this is all from an earthquake, an 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia several hours ago, and that's what's had this wave propagate across the Pacific and has prompted a bunch of watches and warnings for the Pacific coastlines, not just here in the United States, but on the other side of the Pacific as well. And the reason for this is because of this type of setup here. We have a plate that's overriding another one. It's a subduction zone, earthquake, and tsunami. What happens is over hundreds of thousands of years, over millions of years, you get these plates that just kind of stack up on top of each other, right? And tension can build, and eventually, after so many years, that tension gets released, and that's what happened earlier today in the form of a magnitude 8.8 earthquake. It pushed that water up above it. That's what generated that tsunami wave. It's different from the December 5th, 2024 tsunami warning we had for Northern California because that plate motion, the tectonic motion, was mostly side to side. There was no up and down motion with that earthquake, unlike the one that we had today off the eastern coast of Russia. That's why we now have tsunami advisories and warnings across the Pacific, including for here in California. We'll zoom in. Tsunami warning for the north coast, north of Cape Mendocino all the way to the Oregon state line. The primary concern here is going to be Del Norte County and Crescent City with waves up to 5 feet. The rest of Humboldt County likely seeing 1 to 2 foot waves, but really it's going to be Crescent City that we're kind of honing in on in terms of where the biggest impacts are going to be. Tsunami advisory the rest of the way down Cape Mendocino all the way into the Bay Area. This continues through the overnight hours, Monterey Bay, the Central Coast, down into Southern California as well, from Santa Barbara down through San Diego, looking at those tsunami advisories. And the difference between a tsunami advisory and a tsunami warning, an advisory is issued with largely non-destructive but still hazardous waves, roughly 1 to 3 feet. Once you start talking about waves greater than roughly 3 feet, that's when we're going to start talking about tsunami warnings, and that's what we're watching for along the north coast of California. Timing this out a little bit, earliest arrival times for tsunami waves, Fort Bragg and Crescent City, both about 11:50. Fort Bragg, though, going to have lesser waves likely than what Crescent City is going to see. That's why we do have that warning up there for Crescent City and the Del Norte County coast. Monterey, about 12:15. Port San Luis, 12:35. San Francisco, 12:40. Southern California, after about 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the estimated wave heights when they start to arrive. Fort Bragg, about 1.25 feet, maybe 1.5 foot waves. Crescent City close to 5 feet though, and this could last for up to 30 hours near Crescent City. That's part of the reason, not just the wave heights, but the duration as well. Looking at 5-foot waves for 30 hours. Monterey, less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3.5 feet. San Francisco, about a foot as well. Santa Barbara, LA, Newport Beach, La Jolla, and Oceanside, a foot or less, essentially across Southern California and the San Francisco Bay Area. So the time now, 10:17. Any time now, we're expecting to see those tsunami waves pushing into Hawaii, but it is still going to be another couple of hours or so before we see the first waves here in Northern California. We'll be on air and on the ABC 10 Plus app at 11 with late news tonight. I'll have more information there. And then we'll also see you back here at midnight as waves start to push into Northern California. Thanks for watching. All right, thanks for staying with us. It's now midnight. Happy Wednesday, everybody. ABC 10 meteorologist Brendan Minchef here with one final tsunami update tonight, and then ABC 10 morning news starting at 5 o'clock. We'll take you from there. But here's what we've got at this hour. Tsunami warning continues for all of Hawaii at this hour. We have already seen tsunami waves moving into the Hawaiian Islands, most places recording tsunami waves of 3 to 4 feet, although we've seen some waves closer to 6 to 7. They've been isolated, but there's still waves on the way. Here's what the tidal gauge at Midway, which is 1,300 miles to the west of Hawaii. This is what they've been recording over there. Notice the big fluctuations in waves. There are still tsunami waves moving through the Midway Islands headed towards Hawaii as they propagate to the east. So here's what the Big Island has been seeing. Kauai water levels just within the last hour or so. Look at this big dip. This is a wave of about, here we go, 4 to 5 feet. Again, this is on the west side of the Big Island of Hawaii, and you see that tsunami waves are still moving through. So for some areas, they maybe did not show up quite as early as what the forecast from the Warning Center was saying. That was about 7:17 Hawaiian time or 10:17 Pacific time. It's maybe taken a little longer for some of the bigger waves to get to Hawaii, but they're starting to move through now. And I just want to say, there's been a lot of chatter on social media. Maybe some folks, let's say, disappointed that we've not seen widespread destruction in Hawaii. And I have to say that's completely the wrong mindset. It's disgusting. That is not the right mindset to have. It's a good thing that maybe parts of Hawaii are not seeing waves as large as what the forecast has called for. But it's also important to remember that there are still waves on the way. Never root for the natural disasters. They impact people. They may provide some stunning visuals that are wrong they're bad in all the wrong ways, but we never root for the natural disasters. We want to root for the people, right, of these islands. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what we're seeing right now. This is Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. Again, we haven't necessarily seen very large waves across all parts of Hawaii. Some places have seen waves in excess of 4 to 5 feet, but I will say this is Waikiki, this is near Honolulu. Many of these areas have seen waves closer to 2 to 3 feet, and parts of Pearl Harbor, for instance, have seen waves of only a foot or two. It's a little more sheltered. It just kind of depends, right? We talked about this earlier. The topography of where these waves are coming into plays a big factor in exactly how large that tsunami may be. Regardless, it's important to get away from the water, to get off the beaches as well, and that's what we saw there a moment ago from that Waikiki cam. We also have some other footage coming out of Hawaii, some of this from earlier in the evening as well. Rachel, what do we have up next? The sirens that were going off. Again, this was earlier in the evening, warning of the impending tsunami waves. We'll take a listen. That'll get your attention. That'll get your attention. Those are the tsunami warning sirens. Again, these were going off earlier, may still be going off, but this video was from earlier this evening. And this threat is not done. Remember, there are still waves on the way to Hawaii, but we also have some other video to take a look at. We have some beaches in Hawaii. We'll go to that video. There you go. This is from earlier. This is when officials and law enforcement had showed up and said, you need to get off the water. Right, there's tsunami inbounds, and if you don't always have your phone when you go to the beach, so you may not have known. Right, that's why it's important to get the word of mouth out there, to get law enforcement officials out. We've been told by law enforcement here in California that when there's a wildfire and evacuation orders, right, the most effective way to get people to leave is to go send a law enforcement officer out and warn people of the impending danger. That's obviously what was happening there. You see the lifeguard with the megaphone as well, warning people of the incoming waves, which again are arriving to Hawaii right now. We've already seen some. There's still more to go. Tsunamis are not one wave. And that's it, right? We see multiple waves, and that's what we were just looking on the tidal gauge. We've got some more images here of coming out of Hawaii, of boats leaving the harbor, because it may seem a little bit counterintuitive that you'd want to be on the water as opposed to in harbor, but your boat is a lot safer in open water in a tsunami. It'll ride out the waves better than it would in the harbor, which is much shallower. You can get higher waves. You can get some waves bouncing off the sides of the harbor, kind of making it even worse. And if your boat is anchored or roped right up to the dock, it's going to bump back and forth with the dock, could potentially cause you to take on some water. So it's better to be, if you're on a boat, better to be out in the water than anchored in the harbor. But it is not good to be on the beaches, and a lot of people took that to heart and heeded the warnings, and roads got a little bit crowded earlier in Hawaii as a lot of folks were evacuating. This scene's fairly familiar. We see this sometimes with wildfires here in California. We see it oftentimes with hurricanes in the Gulf Coast, right? People all kind of headed one direction, and the other direction's maybe not quite as busy, but that's definitely what we've been looking at across Hawaii. People taking it seriously, which is good news. People getting off the water, boats going back out to sea, and again, people just heading for higher ground. This is a seismologist with the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network talking about how what we see in Hawaii could determine what we see on the West Coast. Let's listen.
I think what we see in Hawaii will be a test of what we might expect around the rest of the Pacific Rim, reaching Hawaii, obviously, as you said, sooner. It could scale anywhere from really not any significant damage at all at long distances to significant damage in areas that are right at coastal levels. I mean, it's important to emphasize people don't need to panic if they're far away from the shoreline or more than, a few meters above sea level for most distant regions. But right at the shoreline, in harbors, marinas, coastal towns, that's where the hazard lies.
And we do have a threat still at this hour to the California coastline. Tsunami advisory across much of the California coast, with the exception being along the far north coast. North of Cape Mendocino all the way to the Oregon state line. That's where we've got a tsunami warning in effect. Humboldt County looking at waves about 1 to 2 feet, locally as high as 3. Del Norte County, though, and especially Crescent City, could see 5-foot waves. And the other thing is, like I'd mentioned with Hawaii, this isn't a one and done situation where you get one wave up, that was a big wave, and then it's over. You get a situation where you're going to get multiple waves coming in. This is a live look up in Crescent City, and it's a little hard to tell, fairly dark. I would say things generally look fairly calm, but this is going to go on for about 30 hours, potentially. That's what the Tsunami Warning Center is telling us tonight, is that we could see waves up to 5 feet in Crescent City for the next 30 hours or so. And it may not seem like a lot, but imagine 5 feet over the course of 30 hours. That can do a little bit of damage. That's why there's that tsunami warning. We'll go a little further south. From the south tip of Cape Mendocino all the way down to the Bay Area, tsunami advisory, waves 1, maybe 2 feet in some areas, but generally looking at 1-foot waves. Go a little further south. Same story across the central coast, and then Southern California also got that tsunami advisory at this hour, waves of 1 to 2 feet across parts of Southern California. A lot of areas will likely come under a foot, but some areas, again, 1 to 2 feet. We have some video coming out of Southern California. People, I understand, in helicopters warning of the danger. And to be clear, this goes for Southern California, goes for Sacramento, Northern California. Inland areas are not impacted by this whatsoever. This is the immediate coastline. Again, when you're talking about waves of a foot, maybe two, and that's going to be pretty generous in some areas of the California coast, it's really the immediate coastline. Just be off the beaches. That's really all the precautions we need to take here across much of the state. The exception would be the far north coast up near, not quite Eureka, but definitely as you work your way up towards Crescent City, Del Norte County, that's where we would be most concerned with the higher waves. So again, tsunami advisories across much of the California coastline, but tsunami warning for the north coast. So as we look at the tsunami arrival times, 11:50, which has now come and gone for Fort Bragg and Crescent City. Monterey coming up, it's 12:10 right now, coming up for Monterey here at 12:15. Could see the first waves. Again, places like Monterey, San Francisco at 12:40, these waves likely a foot or less. But still, that's not something you want to be on the beach for. It's not something you will be in the water for. It's not necessarily good surfing waves, because these are powerful waves generated by an 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the east coast of Russia, thousands of miles from our coastline. And here come the waves over the next hour to hour and a half. So you don't want to be in these waves. They can be very powerful. Currents can be very strong as well. And we're coming up on high tide between about 2 and 4 o'clock this morning. So that's something else to keep in mind. Santa Barbara, 12:45 a.m. And then Southern California is going to be 1 o'clock or later. 1 o'clock in the morning for LA, 1:10 Newport Beach and La Jolla, about 1:15 for Oceanside. And wave heights, I've touched on it a little bit, not necessarily going to be all that much, but it is still something you want to be away from the water for. Fort Bragg, about 1.5 foot waves. Crescent City, 5 feet. And again, duration on these Northern California tsunami waves going to be anywhere from about 9 to 30 hours that we're going to see these waves, because tsunamis are a series of waves. Can't stress that enough. Monterey, likely less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3.5 to 4 feet. San Francisco, less than a foot. And across Southern California, less than a foot waves as well. But nonetheless, make sure you're taking this seriously and stay away from the water. Now, the difference is, I'll go through this quickly and then we have a little more video to talk about. A tsunami watch, that's issued when the potential exists for tsunami waves. We had a watch across the west coast. It then became an advisory. That's when largely non-destructive but still hazardous tsunami waves are inbound. That would generally be 3 feet or less. And then when you start talking about waves greater than 3 feet, like we're going to have along the north coast, that's a tsunami warning. That's for destructive tsunami waves. Immediate life-saving action is needed. That means come away from the water, find higher ground, and you don't have to be on the top of a mountain. You just need to be maybe 50 to 100 feet higher than the coastline or well inland, especially when we're talking about waves of 3 to 5 feet. And they're not going to go that high. You just need to be, again, away from the water. I believe we still have some video from earlier today in Japan, which had quite more significant waves, I must say, than what we've seen to this point elsewhere. Wave heights in Japan were anywhere from 9+ feet, as high as maybe 13 or 14 feet in some areas. This is Hokkaido. You see the aerials here. Again, this was, I would say, at this point, probably 4 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago across parts of Japan, but they were much closer to the epicenter of that earthquake, obviously being on that side of the Pacific, right? So it didn't take as long for those tsunami waves to reach Japan as it has to get to Hawaii and as it will to get here to the West Coast. And so I'm not saying this is what we're going to see in Hawaii, and we haven't seen this in Hawaii so far, and I certainly would not expect this on the U.S. West Coast, certainly not on the California coast. But it just goes to show you the kind of awesome power that these tsunamis have, and that you need to take seriously, because when they're generated by an 8.8 magnitude earthquake, that's not something you want to play around with. That's something that you need to take quite seriously. I'm thankful that from what I've seen, a lot of folks have heeded the warnings and the danger. So it is getting late in the evening or early in the morning, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So we're going to go ahead and start wrapping things up a little bit here. But I do want to kind of recap where we've been, what's going on right now, and then where we're going over the next few hours. This all started from an 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the east coast of Russia. I mean, we're there in Northern California, literally all the way on the other side of the Pacific, had a very, very large earthquake. And we do have, I think, a little bit of video coming out of eastern Russia. Yeah, here we go, of that earthquake. We'll kind of listen in. So we've seen ceiling panels falling, we've seen partial building collapses, you see the water receding out from eastern Russia there, likely at the start of that earthquake and the start of that tsunami wave being generated. But again, this all happened on the other side of the Pacific, and yet it's causing problems Pacific-wide, not just for the United States or Canada, but for Japan, for China, for Taiwan, for the South Pacific, for Hawaii and all the islands in the Central Pacific. And that just goes to show you what kind of power that we are talking about here from an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. And this specific type of earthquake is the type that generates tsunamis. We did have a tsunami warning in Northern California back in December of 2024, December 5th, if I remember correctly. And I was here on air talking about the potential for tsunami waves. Didn't happen. What we later learned was that the type of earthquake we had in December that still prompted the tsunami warning, but we didn't end up seeing anything. It was more of a side-to-side motion where there's no upward motion to generate the wave. With this earthquake that we had today, there was that upward motion. This is a subduction zone. This is kind of a textbook version of it. But what you have is a plate that goes over top of another one. So one is literally overriding the bottom plate. And what happens is you get this earthquake area here where the plates can kind of get stuck on each other a little bit. And as that happens, tension builds up. Power starts to build up, right, in the stuck plate. Well, when that tension is finally released, the plate kind of snaps back to where it was. And that upward thrust, that upward motion is what pushes the water up and generates that tsunami wave. This is kind of a two-dimensional picture of it, but imagine it in 3 dimensions, right? It pushes it up, and what you have is water spreading out in all directions from the epicenter. This is why we talk about waves propagating, right? And it's waves we know don't just go up and back down and then it's steady. Waves go up and down and then they kind of, level out again after some time. That's why tsunamis are multiple waves. It's a series of large waves. It's not one large wave because the ocean has to settle back down before the tsunami can end. So that is the type of earthquake we had in eastern Russia, just off the coast of eastern Russia, and that's what's giving us the tsunami threat across the region. We're told within the next 2 to 3 hours the threat should be winding down for Hawaii, but at this hour, tsunami warning continues for Hawaii, and we are still seeing tsunami waves headed towards the island. This is midway, 1,300 miles to the west of Hawaii, and you see all of the tsunami waves going through. The up and down is the water level at midway. And this is what it normally does. And yeah, it fluctuates a little bit with the tides and waves and whatnot, but this is what a tsunami looks like as it moves through midway. This is on the big island of Hawaii on the west side, and you can see those waves starting to get to the Hawaiian Islands. This is going to continue for the next few hours because I will say for another time that it's not just one wave, it is multiple. Here in California, tsunami advisory across much of the coastline with the exception of the far north coast where we do have a tsunami warning, north of Cape Mendocino through Humboldt County and through Del Norte County, but the primary focus is going to be the Crescent City area as we're looking for waves up to about 5 feet possible over the next 30 hours. Humboldt County 1 to 2 foot waves from Cape Mendocino south into the Bay Area, looking at waves of 1 to 2 feet. That's, I think, fairly generous. Likely we'll be looking at waves of less than a foot, especially through the Bay Area. But do keep in mind that this includes South Bay, East Bay, North Bay, and parts of the Delta where we could see some elevated water. Again, we're likely talking a few inches, not even a whole foot, but it's just something to keep in mind. Monterey Bay rises of about a foot as well. Tsunami advisory continues for the Central Coast. Still seeing, still looking for waves of 1 to 2 feet, similar across Southern California, where we have that tsunami advisory continuing through the overnight. So one more time, looking at the arrival times, again, we're already past 11:50, so Fort Bragg and Crescent City really any time now going to start to see some of those tsunami waves. If Hawaii is any indicator, as the seismologist earlier said it would be, it may be a little bit delayed, right? Some of the bigger waves didn't get to Hawaii until maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours even after the Tsunami Warning Center said we would start to see those waves. So the first waves are likely not going to be the biggest. The biggest are going to show up later on. So if we're already past 11:50 for Fort Bragg and Crescent City, by the time we get towards maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, there may be some bigger waves up there. For Monterey, 12:15, that now has also come and gone. So going to be watching for some waves again over the next few hours. Port San Luis, 12:35, San Francisco, 12:40, Santa Barbara, 12:45, Southern California, 1 o'clock and after, 1 a.m. in Los Angeles, 1:10 in La Jolla, and 1:15 in Oceanside. But remember, we're going to see waves all the way through the overnight and likely lingering into tomorrow morning as well for many locations. Wave heights for Fort Bragg expected to be maximum around 1.5 feet. Crescent City, though, 5 feet and could continue for up to 30 hours up there. Monterey, less than a foot. Port San Luis, about 3.5 to 4 feet. San Francisco, a foot. San Francisco, a foot or less, likely on the lower side of that. Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Newport Beach, La Jolla, and Oceanside, all looking at a foot or less as well. So that's going to conclude our coverage for tonight. Thank you for tuning in and watching us here on ABC 10 Plus. We're going to leave you with live footage from KGW, our sister station up in Portland, Oregon. And remember, ABC 10 Morning News starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. Have a good night.